is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are NC.
Hey folks, remember all these moments and images from the past few weeks? Although the Royals have scuffled to start their road trip, there's no panic or worry in Royal Nation. The smiles, the joy, and the love are all still there. And we'll be back soon. The Royals look for a win today and get on the bus and forget about us and head to Baltimore. Next.
Royals baseball from Cleveland, where the Indians have taken over first place, and now the Royals are trying to avoid being swept in a 4-game series. Royals baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Sudler. I'm Ryan Lefevre. Now, first of all, the Royals have not played well in this series. They know they need to improve today, and especially against the Indians. But second of all, this is a good team. There are many people who predicted the Cleveland Indians would be where they are right now.
No question about that, Ryan, but you know, there's cleanup on aisle 9 for the Royals to start this road trip. They haven't played very well, especially the first game they gave it to them. But really, it's the Indians that are outscoring them, they're out-hitting them, and they're out-pitching them. And that's been very simple so far in the series this year. They're going to have to change that, and to do that, they're going to have to beat their ace today.
Yeah, the Indians are driven by starting pitching, and they have in the series. Starters in the first 3 games have only allowed 5 runs to the Royals. And on the topic of starters, after making a couple of appearances out of the bullpen, Chris Young returns to the starting rotation. We'll discuss that when we come back. On the topic of Chris Young, tough year. Then we found out he was injured, so Young went on the disabled list. He's pitched well against the Indians. He's pitched well against the Indians here in Cleveland, and he's looked really good since coming back from the disabled list.
He hasn't, but before that, he just didn't have the life that he experienced last season. So he took a little chill pill and took some time off, and Chris Young found that late life. In the 57 pitches that he's thrown, they see some finishes on his pitches. That's what they want. That pitch up in the zone to get the pop-ups and also the sliders down for strikeouts. He can get it done. Keep it in the yard.
Indians offense has really spiked since May the 1st. Chris Young will try and shut down that offense, and in doing so, he can start with Francisco Lindor. This year, he has played defense and he is hit. Our Toyota League leaders. Lindor has more hits than any other opponent against the Royals this year, and it's not just this year. In 16 games in his career against the Royals, he has driven in 19. Chris Young for KC, Corey Kluber for the Indians. The lineups in the first pitch are next. and there's a chance for rain later on, but at the moment very pleasant 77 degrees as the Royals try to beat Corey Kluber and the Indians today. It's Kluber's first start against the Royals this year. Last year he was 1-4. It was the first time in Royals history they defeated a reigning Cy Young winner 4 times in a season. And Kluber has been good, not great, against the Royals in his career. He's made 14 starts, and less than half of those have been quality starts. And the Royals batting order today. Salvador Perez is back in there, back-to-back games. He had 2 hits after missing 6 games with the quad contusion, and the game begins with a line drive foul. Alcides Escobar getting around, and a fastball in on him.
Jumping on that pitch at first pitch. That's what Esky likes to do. He wants to keep it fair, though, and put it in play. Fastball, cutter slider combination, curve, and a changeup for Kluber. He's a pitcher who likes to attack with his fastball and finish guys off with his curve and change. Now he's had issues at home. In the 5 previous home starts, he's 1-4 with a 5.29. So if you're going to get him here. Get him early.
On the ground to Santana, to Kluber, 1 away. And Alcides Escobar is just 1 for 13 in this series. All right, let's take a look at HUD's keys to the game, brought to you by Golden Oak Lending.
They've got to get their ace. There's no question about it. They can't leave town and let the Cleveland Indians sweep them here. Leave, and when they do win today, go out to Baltimore in first place. Pick a spot.
It has been 3 seasons since the Royals have been swept in a 4-game series. The Royals have lost 3 straight coming into today after that 6-game winning streak. And the Indians come into today having won 4 in a row. Whit Merrifield got game 1 of the series off. 1 for 7 in the series with a walk and a stolen base.
Just the small sample size of Merrifield. They're playing him to the opposite field in the outfield now. They know he's got a swing that he stays inside the ball and uses the whole field. Infielder's going to play him pretty much straight up. You see how they're shading him over that way.
Off of Uribe's glove. Lindor is good, but he's not Superman. And Merrifield is on with 1 out.
That's a good thing. Should give him a base hit on that.
They do.
Take it. Hard hit ball. Uribe's good third baseman. Just missed it. He'll tell you he'd like to have another chance at one of those.
So man on for Eric Hosmer. Now Hosmer is just 1 for 8 in this series, and he's been walked 4 times. And the Royals are starting to see a trend. And with that, they've made a change in the lineup in the last 2 games, moving up Salvador Perez to bat 4th in front of Kendrys Morales, who has struggled this year. So Royals are going to have to find a way to protect Eric Hosmer in the lineup.
That's right, and that's the reason they're doing it. Morales off to a slow start. Teams are walking Haas and pitching to him.
One ball and 1 strike. In the 2nd game of the series on Friday night, the Indians were so careful with Eric Hosmer, they intentionally walked him in the 1st inning to get to Kendrys Morales. In the 6th inning of that game, they walked Eric Hosmer to get to Kendrys Morales. Didn't mean to do it. 1-2.
Yeah, Haas is going to have to just really focus on picking up that ball out of the release point and not swing at those pitches there. When he does, it puts him in the hole big time. Kluber's got 4 pitches he can work with now.
That is hit hard to right field. One hop to Chisenhall. Merrifield holds at second base, and the Royals have 2 on with 1 out.
Haas has a feeling, though, that when they do pitch to him, they're coming inside and try to tie him up, and he missed. It was a breaking ball that's hung out over the middle of the plate. Haas squares the top half of the ball. If he gets under it, that might be a 2-0 lead. But a good swing. He was ready.
Salvador Perez had not played in 6 games after that violent collision with Chesler Cuthbert. Medios put him back into the lineup last night, batted him 4th, and he had 2 hits.
And looked like he never missed a beat. Been working hard, doing some early work, getting some swings in. Just 4 for 23 in his career against Kluber. Could use a base hit here. Royals hitting .273 now with runners in scoring position.
On the ground, right to Kipnis. To second base, 1 double play. Threat, and inning is over. Royals get 2 hits, no runs against Kluber in the top of the first. But since May the 1st, they have averaged 5.2 runs per game. They have hit 41 home runs during that stretch. So it's an offense very confident, facing Chris Young, who is making his 3rd appearance since coming back from the disabled list. 13 pitches in his first relief appearance, and then 57 pitches on Tuesday, and the Royals have him back in the rotation.
Chris Young can be effective if he can find a way to keep the pop-ups from flying out of the ballpark. He's given up 13 so far this year. That's tied for 2nd in the league. Most home runs given up. Fastball, slider, occasional changeup. Had some late life on his pitches in the relief outings, and looked good to go to get back in that rotation. They're counting on him today. He's got good numbers against most of the Cleveland hitters. Just Kipnis is the only one really raking him at .429 with a homer. He's done pretty well against the other guys.
Head in the count, 1-2 on Carlos Santana. Santana's had a tough series. 13 at bats, 1 hit, and just 1 walk. Tough series for both teams' leadoff hitters. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's unusual, just the 1 walk. Usually, to me, Santana looks like he's looking for a walk lots of times up there. Some pitches that he takes, and he's a good power hitter. He's walked 33 times this season.
Fastball struck him out.
Okay, Young might fool you a little bit with the velocity as far as strikeouts go, but he puts that in such a good place right there where it looks good to the hitter, and maybe at the maximum velocity 89, 90 miles an hour, it looks more like it's 95 or 94. He has some late life on it, and then he has that nice sharp downward breaking slider.
And he's 6'10", so his reach alone, I mean, it's getting there 88, 89 miles an hour, but it's almost like he's reaching out and putting it in Salvador Perez's gloves.
Deceptive, extremely deceptive.
One down to Jason Kipnis. 2-0 on Kipnis. He's done well against Chris Young. 6 hits and a home run. He has 4 hits in this series. In the air to center field. Dyson is out there today, and Dyson can't get to it. Kipnis will round second and head to third.
High fastball, Kipnis, he jumped all over it. Looks like Dyson had a tough time with the read. Wind's blowing out to left center field. Took a good route. Looks like he slowed down some as he got to the wall. Wasn't able to continue his route into making the play. Might have had a hard time picking it up. I don't know, but typically that's the ball that's caught.
So 2 batters into the game, and Francisco Lindor comes up with a runner at third. Slider drops in for a strike.
And Ned playing the infield in. They want to cut any possible run down on an easy out of the ground ball if they can.
Line to right field. That'll get the run home. Paulo Orlando makes the play. 1-0 Cleveland.
Our Ford Royals defense around the horn. We got highlighted Jarrod Dyson, 3rd start at center field this season. Paulo to his left, to his right is Fuentes. Hosmer, Merrifield, Escobar, Cuthbert, Perez. Jarrod Dyson, we had a chance to talk with Jarrod a couple days ago and talk about his strong fielding and his great arm. We'll show that later.
Napoli pops out to Cuthbert. That's the inning. A 1-out triple to Kipnis, and he comes home on Francisco Lindor's 20th career RBI against the Royals. against the Royals and 20 RBIs for Francisco Lindor. He shifts over to the right side as the Indians defense prepares for Kendrys Morales. 1 for 12 in the first 3 games with a double and a run scored. Got that double last night. And Morales loses the bat on a high fastball.
Yeah, interesting when Morales comes up to see the shift. All of the Indians infielders go, jogging and running to the right side of the infield, and the outfielders are going the opposite way. They're playing him to the opposite field for any fly balls, but whatever teams have been doing has been working. He's got to find a way to hit it through the shift or over it, or somehow, some way they need his production.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Back to Kluber on 1 hop. And there's 1 away.
Cleveland Indians defensively, we have highlighted Juan Uribe. This guy's in his 15th season as a big leaguer. He's played a long time in all those games. He's got some skills still left, and they like his leadership. Him and Napoli have postseason experience, and those are 2 players that they acquired in the offseason to give these guys a little bit of leadership and some experience.
Paulo Orlando takes a strike. One for 8 in this Royals Indians series, which followed a 14-game hitting streak. One of the players that the Indians say Juan Uribe has really influenced, a player that he's taken under his wing, is Jose Ramirez. He's not in the lineup today, but off to a great start. One of the most improved players in the American League. 1-2 on Paulo.
He has been, and he's one of the reasons why the Tribe is resurging like they are this year. As they've missed Brantley, but this young man here, he's filled in nicely for him and put up the numbers that Brantley might have put up. You know, the Royals were so hot coming in, averaging just over 7 runs per game. You knew that wasn't going to keep up, and I was a little nervous about coming in here. Now, had the Royals found a way to not give that game away on the first game of the series, it could have been different. It might have changed the mojo a little bit. But that's how it happens in baseball. You're on top for only so long, and then you kind of go back down in the valley. They don't want to stay down in the valley long.
Strike 3 over the outside. Paulo's not so sure about that call. Jerry Davis is the home plate umpire. There are 2 down.
Yep, too close to be taken with 2 strikes. Caught plenty of the outside part of the play. We've seen Paulo drive those into the opposite field, right center. You can tell a little bit. Paulo's a little bit indecisive now. His mind's playing games with him up there.
2 down, and now Ray Fuentes, who's had a very good series. He is 5 out of 7 with a run scored and an RBI. Drove in the only run for the Royals last night. One and one. A reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Offensively, the Royals want to try to pick out that fastball, but Kluber's been cutting it. It's got a little bit of movement down. There's a straight one there. When he cuts it, that adds a little bit of extra illusion.
Fuentes takes a 2-out walk. 2 years ago, Corey Kluber was the American League Cy Young winner. The Indians signed him to a 5-year contract extension before spring training last year. And then he led the American League with 16 losses. Now, a lot of that had to do with poor run support. But even coming into today's game, he is just 4-6. Slider for a strike to Chesler Cuthbert. 18-9, 2.44 ERA with 235 innings. Then the 16 losses last year, his ERA went up by a point. And it's even higher so far this year.
It happens. Teams have seen him more than once and twice now. Now he's been around the block, and some guys are getting hits usually that don't get hits off it. Guys down in the bottom of the order. If you look at his numbers, 66 hits and 73 2/3 coming in this season. That's not bad. He's still got the good stuff, but command may not be quite as sharp.
Chesler is 4 out of 10 with a home run in the series. Cutter stays up. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Cuthbert has pull power, and he showed it Friday on that ball inside. Just pulled his hands in, kept it nice, short, compact swing, and then he'll use the whole field for singles and doubles.
Little pop-up. Lindor goes out. Naquin comes in with the sunglasses on. And that's it for the Royals in the top of the 2nd inning.
Back here in Cleveland, it was 8 years ago to the day that the Royals drafted a young first baseman out of the Miami area, and that was Eric Hosmer. And look at the baby face there, well before he had a haircut named after him called the Hos. But Eric Hosmer back on that day said it was a crazy day because he had a lot of energy, woke up at 5:30 in the morning, couldn't keep his mind off of the draft, went and worked out and played basketball, and then a big watch party at the house, and they had people in 2 different rooms. The problem was some of the folks in the room next door were 2 seconds ahead of the TV Eric was watching. So once he heard all that commotion, he knew that he had been drafted, got a call from Dayton Moore, and there were also 4 guys, including himself, that were drafted from his high school that day. Guys?
3 years later, he was in the big leagues.
about
making his debut at Kauffman Stadium against the Oakland A's.
2-second delay sometimes can spoil the fun.
That's right. Lonnie Chisenhall. 3 balls, 1 strike. Chisenhall, Davis, Gomes in the second inning. The Indians in the first got a triple from Kipnis and a sac fly from who else? Francisco Lindor to take the lead. 3-2 on Chisenhall.
Royals like to tighten up their defense just a smidge. They're making some mistakes that they normally don't make.
Kind of a chase, a slider down. Here are the Kubota power stats. And looking at some of the Indians who have done well in this series, and there are many, but Francisco Lindor 6 hits, Mike Napoli 4. Those two have both homered. Lonnie Chisenhall has a very similar story to Alex Gordon. First round pick, third baseman, and did not meet expectations, so they moved him to the outfield. I found out he's a pretty good outfielder, and it's improved his production at the plate. And what some might see as a less stressful position, he flies out to Paulo Orlando and 1 down in the second inning.
It is big difference between third base and right field, or any of the outfield spots. You have 2 seconds more to react to a pitch when you see it hit, and there's not the degree of difficulty. Having to go to your left and right and come in and make that throw all the way across the diamond, sometimes that gives guys headaches. If you're not able to be consistent in that job at third, then they find another spot for you as long as you can hit. And they believe Chisenhall will be adequate enough offensively to play right. Put up the numbers there. This guy here is dangerous. Runs hard, plays hard. Got some pop in his bat. Knows how to play the game. Rajai Davis.
You can throw him on the list of Mike Napoli, Juan Uribe, veteran players that the Indians have brought in this year. Left center field, Fuentes and Dyson. Fuentes will take care of it. And there are 2 down. Father's Day is just around the corner. Treat your dad to an afternoon at the ballpark as the Royals take on the Tigers. Remember, Father's Day is June 19th. We'll provide Dad with a great gift, as the first 10,000 men through the gates will receive a special edition KC barbecue spatula, courtesy of Academy Sports and Outdoors.
I like the spatula. Nice look. And of course, what would Father's Day be without those guys? You gotta have them. All the players' dads.
Many of the dads will join the Royals in Baltimore. 3-game series begins there tomorrow, and then after Baltimore, the Royals are in Chicago. So it's a long trip and it's a tough trip. The Indians had a walk-off victory on Thursday against Texas. Otherwise, they were having a bad homestand, but that gave them a lift that carried over into this series. They had a walk-off victory in game 1. It was Yan Gomes, who's batting now, who got the walk-off hit against the Rangers. And as you know, the Indians give the Royals a bad time, and then on to Baltimore. The Orioles are 1 game out of first place in the East, and then after Baltimore to the White Sox, and you know they're motivated to play the Royals. You've got home plate umpire Jerry Davis. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Jerry has spent the whole season, or excuse me, the whole series with those amber colored lens glasses. Helps him with the clarity, seeing the ball, especially in the evening time. And speaking of glasses, Yan Gomes is wearing prescription glasses for the first time. Oh man.
Deep left center field and off the wall. Well, Yan Gomes, who has been a struggling hitter, that's only his 3rd hit in his last 21 at bats. One of those hits was a walk-off against the Rangers. He'll be at second base with 2 down.
Sure helps if you're able to see the ball. Now that ball was right down the middle. Young usually misses up a little higher and gets that pop up. with 2 outs, nobody on, that didn't hurt him. But he's going to have to contain the next hitter or 2. But you know, he was wearing contact lenses for a while. Dirt would get inside the contacts, and people who have worn those lenses know that it's tough to be able to get clear view all the time with the contact. So he's got these glasses. It's made a big difference for him. They're hoping it'll pay off for him.
And he plays a position where the dirt's getting stirred up a lot. Dirt and dust. And now the rookie Tyler Naquin. Naquin's had a series he'll never forget. He has 4 hits, 4 RBIs, and his first 2 big league home runs.
His first one came off of Volquez in game 2, left field, opposite field. Then he hit one to straightaway center last night. Young tied him up there.
0-2. Kipnis tripled. Lindor hit the sac fly, and now another left-hand batter, Naquin, here. And lefties have given Chris Young a tough time this year. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Chris Young, for most of his career, has been one of the toughest pitchers to hit. He does not give up a lot of hits. Last year, lefties hit .242 against him all year with 8 home runs, and so far this year, .333, and they've already hit 9 home runs.
You know, then you ask the question why. So we go to the head mechanic Dave Island and say, Dave, what's the deal? Well, there's just not late life on his pitches, not finishing his pitches. And I'm thinking, well, we had the forearm strain, and talking with Ned Yost, Ned says the same thing. It's that finish, it's that release, and once the pitcher releases that ball, sometimes that little extra whip gives a little extra at the end, and sometimes that's the difference between a home run and a pop-up.
Tight forearm can result in a tight wrist.
Right.
He's not getting that snap you're talking about. Inside with a slider, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Talking about first-round picks. Joel was talking about 8 years ago today. The Royals took Eric Hosmer. 4 years ago, the Indians took Tyler Naquin in the first round out of Texas A&M. And the count from 0-2 to 3-2. Juan Uribe is on deck. Yan Gomes is the runner at second. He offered at it and did not go. Pretty impressive for a rookie there. The runner in scoring position, 2 outs, to fall behind 0-2 and take a walk, and now get a veteran to the plate in Uribe.
Young showing some respect to Naquin. And the 3-2 slider.
And I'll bet Chris Young knew this. And thinking about giving in to Naquin, he knew that Uribe was on deck. 2 out of 11 in his career against Chris Young. And Uribe swings at everything. So there's a good and a bad with that. The bad is you can pitch him out of the strike zone, you can get him out. For him, the good for him is he's always ready to swing. No balls, 2 strikes.
And he's had a pretty nice career doing that. 15th season.
Slider struck him out. 3-pitch strikeout, 2nd strikeout for Chris Young, and the Indians strand 2 in the 2nd inning.
Yeah.
Get in between it,
Right.
come up, one shuffle, good throw.
And then when you know it's right, you hear this. Hee-haw! He's out.
Got him.
Hey, how about Gerard Dyson? Had a chance to chit-chat with him before the series started. And we're going to play that for you before the bottom of the 7th inning sometime, so stay tuned. Royals looking for their first run. Like for him to get on the base. Dyson 7 for 31 off of Kluber.
One ball, one strike. Dyson, Escobar, and Merrifield in the 3rd inning. Cutter 1-2. Fastball got him looking, so he had him thinking about a pitch that would be breaking in on him, and that one tailed away.
That's the one word we can't afford to use today for these hitters. Think. They can't be thinking. They've got to react. They've got to go up there and just play the game. See it and hit it. Keep it simple. Look for something and be aggressive.
Our most trusted player, brought to you by the most trusted brand, Honda. As we look at Alcides Escobar's impact in Royals wins and losses. When the Royals win, he hits .313. When he scores a run, the Royals are 15-2. And when the Royals lose, Escobar struggles as well. And that is held true in this series. The Royals are 0-3 so far in this series with the Indians, and Escobar is just 1 for 13.
Wow. He goes, the Royals go.
Swing and a foul tip. 3 strikeouts for Kluber. 2 in a row in this inning. Vote for the Royals Player of the Month at one of the 7 Rally House locations in the KC metro area. All participants will be entered to win a majestic prize pack. Would Merrifield reached with an infield single his first time up. The Royals had 2 on, 1 out against Kluber in the 1st inning. But Kluber buckled down and got Salvador Perez to hit into an inning-ending double play.
So get me over curveball. He doesn't have a big depth to that pitch, but it's effective. He puts it where he wants it. He started it at him and buckled him.
And then that one started in the strike zone and then out of the strike zone.
And 2 pitches put right where he wants it.
Into right field, Chisenhall fighting the glare a bit, and that's the inning. Kluber's retired 7 of the last 8. feet on a Francisco Lindor sacrifice fly. Our University of Kansas Hospital injury report. Bad news in the Big Apple. Mark Teixeira placed on the disabled list with a cartilage tear in his left knee. And David Wright, who's had all kinds of injury issues the past 2 years, including being diagnosed with spinal stenosis. He's out with a disc problem in his neck.
It's tough when you get older as a veteran ball player and all those miles are on you. It doesn't take much for you to fall off kilter. Get back on that disabled list. It's tough.
Slider to Carlos Santana is a strike. Santana struck out in the first inning. Hold foul behind third base coach Sandy Alomar Jr. The Indians had that great run which began in the mid-90s. They dominated the Central Division. That was their all-star catcher, along with his younger brother Roberto Alomar, Omar Vizquel, Jim Thome, Manny Ramirez, Kenny Lofton.
It was the fun times here for the Tribe, especially the crowd. And let's not forget about their dad, Sandy. He got it all started. He was a big leaguer for a long time, so all in the family for those guys, and it was fun playing against them. They paid attention to detail. They hustled. Alomar, along with his brother, they knew the game inside out.
That 455 for the fans stands for 455 consecutive sellouts. Slider that strikes out Santana, so he struck out twice. One down in the third inning.
Second time now he's got him. Watch how this finishes in the bottom of the zone. Perfect. That's exactly where he wants it. That or even a little bit lower. Starts out belt high, but you know, with his height at 6'10", and then the ball coming down, there's some deception not only on his fastball but that slider as well. It's not a lateral moving pitch. It moves straight down. Harder to square up.
Jason Kipnis tripled over Gerard Dyson in center field in the first inning, and then he scored on the Lindor sacrifice fly. That's well hit to right field, but right at Paulo Orlando. 2 down. Fox Sports Supports is proud to team up with Positive Coaching Alliance and its mission to develop better athletes, better people by working to provide all youth and high school athletes a positive, character-building sports experience. Visit foxsportsupports.com to learn more. Two down to Francisco Lindor. He had a sac fly on a line drive to right field in the first inning, and that drove in the Indians' run. During our weekly radio visit with Dayton Moore, you know, we've heard a lot about Raul Mondesi Jr. and how highly the Royals think of him, but we haven't seen much of him. So when you're trying to envision what type of player he is, well, here's an example right here. Francisco Lindor. Whit Merrifield makes a nice play in shallow right field. The skill set of Mondesi and the skill set of Lindor compare quite well. So keep that in mind every time Francisco Lindor does something well against the Royals.
That's right. Get him here.
1-0, and the world celebrating the life and mourning the passing of Muhammad Ali, the legend and the champ, and certainly everyone around the world, including the baseball world, with thoughts regarding Muhammad Ali. And I will forever remember sitting down there and watching these gentlemen walk by, and what a group there. Muhammad Ali, George Brett, Joe Torre, and Wayne Gretzky. Those other three guys probably not used to being the lesser of the important celebrities in a picture, but Muhammad Ali, the greatest of all time. And so that was certainly a day that people remember. And interesting, guys, that I was talking to Ned Yost today, and when he was living in Mississippi in the 80s, went with a buddy to hear Muhammad Ali speak at Mississippi State. Said it was very interesting and was there for Q&A.
That photograph, by the way, was taken in Surprise, Arizona, before a spring training game when Joe Torre was managing the Dodgers, and so he came over. 2008, is that right, Joel?
Yeah, that's what Steve Stewart was telling me.
8 or 9, I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, and Gretzky at that particular time had some ownership with the Coyotes, right?
And
a hockey team there.
And always a big baseball fan, and had some friends within the Royals organization, and so we'd actually see Wayne Gretzky out taking batting practice from time to time too.
Eric Hosmer single to right field his first time up, and when he did, the Royals had 2 on, 1 out against Kluber. Kluber then got Salvador Perez to ground into a double play. And now Kluber's retired 7 of the last 8. And that'll be foul. Still 2-2. All right, our sprint trivia question for today. Which pitcher had the most wins during Muhammad Ali's pro career from 1960 to 1981? Interesting.
Tester.
Fastball. 4 strikeouts for Kluber, and now he's retired 8 of 9. 1960 to 1981. How about Jim Palmer? No.
It's going to be maybe a Cleveland Indian.
Strike to Salvador Perez. He grounded out 4-6-3 to end the top of the first inning. Oh, and 2. Don Sutton. Nope. That's a long career, by the way.
It is.
Doesn't mean that this pitcher pitched from 1960 all the way through 1981. Back-to-back strikeouts. 5 for Kluber, and he struck out 4 of the last 5. Make sure to come out to Kauffman Stadium Saturday, June 18 for the second bobblehead of the season, the Kendrys Morales 2015 ALDS bobblehead, courtesy of Kia. That's to the first 20,000 fans. Royals.com, 1-800-6-ROYALS. That's a game against the Tigers. Saturday, June 18th. Kendrys grounded back to Kluber in the second inning. Ball, 1 strike.
Kluber's got an effective fastball today. It's setting up the cutter, his curve. Haven't seen a lot of changeups, but he's using those 3 pitches pretty well. Cutter. Sitting in spots. He's not even their ace, even though he won a Cy Young Award a couple of years ago. Get Carrasco and Salazar.
He has struck out 6, including 5 of the last 6 Royals. Is back to schools across Missouri, so play it forward with the Missouri Lottery. By Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by your Midwest Ford dealers, visit your MidwestFordDealers.com. Bright sunny day in Cleveland, Ohio. Mike Napoli leads off against Chris Young and hits it high in the air to right field. The wind is blowing out in that direction, and Paulo Orlando runs out of room. He hit it high enough for the wind to grab it just enough. And the Indians take a 2-0 lead on Napoli's second home run of the series.
That's the one thing that you worry about with Chris Young when he's a pop-up pitcher and the wind's blowing out in a park like this. Just 325 down the right field line. And it's not very far. Napoli gets one way up in that gale, and that's all it took. Paulo stayed with it and stayed with it and had no chance. That ended up being 4 feet over the wall. Chris Young now has allowed a home run in all 8 starts this season.
Dyson comes in. Boy, that wind is really picked up now. The flags in right center field are just starched. It wasn't blowing that hard when Napoli hit the ball.
Young is saying, really?
One down to Rajai Davis, and he takes one in the dirt. Davis flied out to Fuentes in left field in the second inning. Slider makes it 1 ball and 1 strike. It's the 14th home run allowed by Chris Young. He allowed just 16 all of last year, and that was in over 123 innings. No swing. Rob Drake is the first base umpire. 5 of those home runs came in 1 game, so that spiked his numbers quite a bit. That was at Yankee Stadium on May 9th. That'll be back into the crowd. 2-2 on Davis. Rajai Davis has an 8-game hitting streak.
Believe me, the Cleveland Indians are looking up in the zone. They're going to try to just lay off of that one there. That's the one they don't want to swing at. They want the one that's belt high, and I guarantee you they're looking to ambush it. And as cooled off as the Royals bats have been, Young's got to do his best to just keep it down right there and hold that score down.
Figure he's going to be somewhere between 70 and 80 pitches today. Couldn't lay off that fastball. 2 down. And that's the 4th strikeout for Chris Young. 57 pitches in his last appearance on Tuesday. So typically you had 15-20 pitches next time out to put him in the mid-70s. And he's at 56 with 2 down in the 4th, and facing Yan Gomes. He doubled off the wall in left center field in the 2nd inning. And it's backing out of play. And that'll be out of play.
Notice how aggressive Yan Gomes has been in the series. He's all over the first 2 or 3 pitches. I mean, he's not up there looking for a walk. This guy, he swings. And he has more production with runners in scoring position than he does with nobody on.
1-2.
It's a .325 hitter when there's a runner in scoring position. Turns it up a little. Two
balls, 2 strikes. Indians, like the Royals with Salvador Perez, locked up Yan Gomes to a long-term contract very early in his career, figuring they had one of the premier young catchers in the league. And Gomes, after a knee injury early last season, has not been the same. Indians get a run on the Napoli home run. 2-0 Cleveland. Nothing lead. And before we get to the 5th inning, here's our greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. The White Sox already lead the American League in ERA. It would appear that they need offense, but they decided to add more pitching, acquiring James Shields from the San Diego Padres for a pitcher, Eric Johnson, and a minor league infielder, Fernando Tatis Jr. And look at that, Chicago is just 2 games above 500. Hoping that James Shields will give them a lift, and the The way it trends right now, the Royals will see James Shields when they are in Chicago next weekend.
That should be interesting. I'm sure the Royals will be up for that.
Paulo Orlando hits it right to Naquin in center field. 2 pitches, 1 down for Kluber. Paulo is 0 for 2. And Corey Kluber, after giving up 2 hits against the first 3 batters today, has now set down 11 of the last 13 Royals. He has struck out 5 of the last 7 Royals. He has walked 1, and that was against Raymond Fuentes in the 2nd inning, and Ray will bat with 1 out in the 5th and take strike 1.
Changing speeds effectively. That's 87 little slider right there to get me over. Royals got to find a way to get on base, get a hole, get something going. If they can.
All right, Dave Holtzman just did some exhaustive research. James Shields was supposed to pitch Monday or Tuesday for the White Sox. He was scheduled to pitch for the Padres tonight, but they have now announced that he will pitch Wednesday. So the Royals will not see him when they're in Chicago, at least not see him on the mound. Fuentes didn't quite square it up, and Davis makes a play in left field. And there are 2 down. Speaking of the Chicago White Sox, here's a Taminia Mazda game break. America Park in Detroit. Justin Verlander to Jose Abreu. And that finds some shrubs in straightaway center field. 1-0 White Sox.
Picked a long way to go there. That's a bomb. But at least the first 2 hitters in this inning, Paulo Orlando and Ray Fuentes, hit fly balls and made contact. Kluber been striking everybody out the last couple innings before that.
On the ground to Uribe. Cuthbert is 0 for 2. Now Kluber set down 13 of the last 14 Royals.
Nice. Change it.
Keep the line moving. That's right, what we like. Score them runs.
Or those runs.
Yeah, just so far, not today.
June 14th, the first 10,000 fans receive the Keep the Line Moving t-shirt presented by the Kansas City State Company. That'll be the Royals and the Indians. And no matter what happens today, the Royals will be fired up for revenge in that series at Kauffman Stadium. June 13th, 14th, and 15th. Tyler Naquin leads off. He had an impressive plate appearance against Chris Young in the second inning. He was down 0-2 and then reached for the walk. Naquin, Uribe, and Santana for the Indians. Cleveland got a sacrifice fly from Francisco Lindor in the first inning, and a wind-blown home run by Mike Napoli in the fourth. And meanwhile, the Royals have just 2 singles and 3 base runners in 5 innings against Corey Kluber. So back to our trivia question. Muhammad Ali was a professional boxer from 1960 to 1981. Who had the most major league wins during that stretch? Mike Napoli is not one of them. Nice try.
And he had to pitch a long time.
So I've tried Don Sutton.
Yep.
Jim Palmer. And now I'll throw out Nolan Ryan.
Okay, and I did get a hint that he pitched a long time. I started thinking about knuckleballers, Phil Niekro, maybe. Then I went on down the line and I thought about who might be with the Tribe, and I thought about Gaylord Perry.
The ball's hooking to right field, but it stays fair. Into the second deck. Tyler Naquin has hit his first 3 major league home runs in this series against the Royals.
Told you they're looking for the fastball up, and this kid is caught fire. It had no hook on it whatsoever. That means he caught it clean, and he's able to keep his hands inside it and squared it up perfectly.
Now, I've seen a lot of games in this ballpark, over 20 years worth. I have never seen a ball go off the facing of the second deck.
He got it. The only question was, is he going to hook it? But no, there's no hook at all. The man missed it. He had a shot at it.
I remember the last time we were here. Did Eric Hosmer homer the last time we were here? Because I remember Tom Hamilton, longtime radio voice, when Hosmer, it was either Hosmer, maybe it was Kendrys Morales, but somebody reached the concourse beyond the lower seats in right field, and Tom Hamilton said he couldn't remember a ball, and remember how many games Jim Thome played here, landing in the concourse in right field. Well, that went farther than that.
Yeah, that was Morales. And then the last one we saw that was there was off of Alex Gordon's bat, off of Trevor Bauer.
That was last year, yeah.
Kid's going good now. He's got a little groove.
Now, I saw Jim Thome hit a ball out of this stadium to straightaway center field, over the shrubs, over the trees, and then bouncing through the wrought iron gate out in center field. And there's a statue for Thome in that area. I don't ever remember seeing a ball landing in that second deck in right field.
This bomb only counted as one, thankfully. Now, does Thome have a statue at U.S. Cellular too? In two ballparks?
Yikes.
That's even further. Nope.
That just goes to show you right there. Carlos Santana crushed that ball, and that did not reach the concourse in right field.
It looked like it was going up in that upper deck when he hit it.
Maybe it did, but it didn't reach the second deck like Tyler Naquin did. 3 home runs, all solo, and now 4-0 Cleveland, and a fastball strike to Jason Kipnis. That is just the second hit of the series for Carlos Santana. He had struck out in his first 2 at-bats against Chris Young today. When Chris Young has now allowed as many home runs in 40 innings this year as he did in 123 innings last year.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Told you Cleveland was looking up in that zone like most hitters have been. Well, trying to lay off of that one. That's a good pitch there, the secondary pitch, and he's used more sliders this year because of the power they've hit off. He's kind of stayed away from that high fastball, but that's part of his game.
It's pulled foul. You know, that's an interesting point, because I'll bet for years when preparing for Chris Young, hitting coaches would say he pitches effectively up in the strike zone. You got to make him bring the ball down. And Chris Young is as good as any of his contemporaries in lowest opponent's batting average. He is tough to hit. Has been tough to hit throughout his career. We've seen teams this year swing at pitches up in the strike zone like they're looking for, and I wonder if the scouting report hasn't changed from make him hit the ball down to look for the pitch up and jump on it.
It has. It's obvious. I don't have a readout of it, but most of the home runs hit have been on that fastball. Well, he's just throws that occasional changeup, but he's mainly a 2-pitch pitcher. He does mix in a cutter. He cuts the fastball at times, but it's not missing bats this afternoon.
Francisco Lindor to right field. The Indians have hit 3 home runs in this 5th inning.
You got to come get him. He's asking Dave Island if he's ready. Man, all of a sudden, home run ball's been jumping.
Now remember, Chris, he threw 53 pitches in his last start a little over a month ago. He was on the disabled list for 16 days. Then he threw 13 pitches, then 57 pitches. So he might chalk some of this up to fatigue. I'm sure Chris won't use that as an excuse, but remember, we thought somewhere between 70 and 80 pitches would be the limit. And now in that pitch range in this 5th inning, he's given up 3 home runs. So Ned Yost is forced to go to his bullpen with 2 down in the 5th inning. Chin-Ming Wong will be a Chevy call to the pen. City area Chevy dealers. Visit for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. By Panera Bread, food as it should be with 24 KC Metro locations. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors, right stuff, low price every day. What's the old saying? When it rains, it pours. Well, in a figurative fashion, that's what's happened to Chris Young and the Royals here today against the Indians, and in this series, and in this inning in particular, the Indians have hit 3 home runs, and it's about to pour literally as thunderstorms are approaching from the northwest. Chien-Ming Wang comes on with 2 outs and nobody on, and pitches to Mike Napoli. It was a 1-0 Cleveland lead through 3. Napoli homered, got a high fly ball up in the wind to right field. That gave Cleveland a 2-0 lead, and then the Indians have hit 3 home runs in this 5th inning. Naquin, Santana, and Lindor.
Well, you hope Chien-Ming Wang's sinker is down. He's got a slider and a change.
One and 2.
It's a good slider there.
Close, but down and away. 2-2. Missouri Lottery Fox Tracks. How close? Hosmer. Did he catch it on the fly? He did. Inning over. The Indians have hit 4 home runs today, 3 in the 5th inning. Of course, Lindor has one of them, and Cleveland leads 5-0. Four solo home runs, and Corey Kluber has allowed 2 singles to the Royals. Both of those were back in the 1st inning. Here are the home runs.
Yep, fastball, that one was down. It's just below the belt, but he gets up underneath it like Napoli does so well. Naquin got him a fastball, looked like it was in, kept his top hand from pulling it. Santana leaned back on one. Young knew it right away. And another one, almost in identical spots.
And on the other side of that, Corey Kluber has set down 13 of the last 14 Royals. But Mother Nature might intervene in a few moments here and could potentially get Corey Kluber out of the game. There are several lines of thunderstorms approaching out of the northwest. And the grounds crew is already positioned behind the tarp. They were chatting with home plate umpire Jerry Davis, who's the crew chief, in between innings. And a 4-pitch walk. And I'll bet some of that has to do with Kluber knowing that the weather is coming and just trying to work fast and throw strikes and get this inning over with. That is his second walk, and brings up Alcides Escobar. Our Sonic Slam inning contestant is Tolly Gray from Olathe. If the Royals hit a home run in this inning, Tolly wins $300. If the Royals hit a grand slam, Tolly wins $25,000 from Sonic and the Royals. Cutter for a strike to Alcides Escobar. He is grounded out to first and struck out swinging. Santana runs to the Royals dugout, and it's in the camera well, and you can see the cameras down there on the first base side are covered up, anticipating the rain. And the camera operators are covered up in anticipating the rain. Now, in a 5-0 game in the 6th inning, if you go by the book, the so-called book, you wouldn't be running right here because you need base runners. But I wonder if it wouldn't be a bad idea just to try and mix something up against Kluber.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking that they've got to do something, try to get back in this game. Dyson doesn't look like he's looking to run, and Escobar's up there swinging.
Esky's had a tough series. He is 1 out of 14. That one hit was his 1,000th career hit. That was in the game on Friday. But the Indians have really made him chase pitch after pitch out of the strike zone. Poked to shallow left field, and Lindor goes out to make the play. And there's one down. All right, let's answer our sprint trivia question. Which pitcher had the most wins during Muhammad Ali's professional career from 1960 to 1981? HUD thinks he has it.
Yeah, all those names we threw out, I started figuring. I knew it had to be related to the tribe, and I believe it's Gaylord Perry. It's my guess.
Who also played for the Royals one year in 1983.
It had to be a guy with some longevity. Hall of Famer. Gaylord Perry.
Is that your final answer?
That is.
Nice work.
Just under 300. That's a lot of wins, a lot of time.
Now Dyson runs, and Gomes' throw is late.
There you go. That's 11th bag now for Dyson. He's been caught twice. Came in scoring position. Royals hit 273 in that category.
Now Gaylord Perry pitched beyond that span of Muhammad Ali's career, so he had over 300 wins. 134 with the Giants, 4 with the Royals in that 1983 season. Second most wins here in Cleveland. Two balls, one strike. As bad a time as the Royals have had against Kluber today, With one out in the first inning, Merrifield singled and then Hosmer singled. And the Royals had 2 on with 1 out. And they have not had a hit against Kluber since that first inning. Only 2 base runners since, both on walks. Back to Kluber. 2 down. So Eric Hosmer, who had the last Royals hit with 1 out in the first inning, he singled to right, jumping on a hanging breaking ball, and then Kluber struck him out with a fastball in the 4th. And some two-seam movement with that fastball.
There was a lot of hair on that pitch there for sure. And you know, probably fans are wondering, how can they be so hot and then all of a sudden go cold? Well, there's a couple of reasons. It's pitching, number one. Cleveland's throwing some good arms at them, and they're going to continue that as long as they stay healthy. But it's been the road woes. And starting pitching has a 5.66 ERA in their road games this year, and they're 11 and 18. The Royals are on the road. So starting pitching has been an issue.
Last year the Royals didn't have as much trouble on the road. They had the 2nd best road record in the American League. Hosmer takes a slider in the dirt, blocked by Gomes.
You know, the Royals are being a little bit aggressive now. They're being anxious, and they're swinging at some pitches in the dirt. But you got to credit Kluber today because he's got really nice movement. He's mixing all of his pitches well. He's firm. Very firm in the zone, and then all around it.
The rain has arrived. Light rain for the moment. Hosmer hits it into the crowd, and a lot of the crowd right now is up from their seats, going up the stairs for some cover. And just by looking at the radar, it at least looks like it is going to pour. Hosmer got a piece. Tough play. Kluber plants and throws him out. So he's had a good day on the mound, and now he's had a good day off the mound, and here comes the tarp. Kluber gets through the 6th inning, getting around a leadoff walk, and we are officially in a rain delay. So we'll break, come back to Progressive Field right after this. Bad news always. It's been a tough day for the Royals so far. However, this rain delay is long enough. That could be the end of Corey Kluber. And the Royals have had plenty of games where they've scored 5 or more runs against a team's bullpen. So we'll see.
Yeah, you know, the Royals, they have confidence they're going to come back. And usually all it takes is one little lousy single, and then they compile and frenzy hit and can break out. That's what we hope when they get the tarp off and get this thing going again.
At the moment, just looking at the radar, it looks like one little cell or one little wave of storms after another. So we'll see if that breaks up at all, but it doesn't appear as if it's going to stop raining anytime soon. So we'll take a break during the rain delay. Stay tuned to Fox Sports Kansas City and watch Cuba, baseball's final frontier. brought to you by Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Find a servicing Steel dealer at steeldealers.com or search STIHL. Couldn't tell now. It's a beautiful day. Almost full sunlight. Still some passing clouds. All this weather is coming out of the northwest. So not only have we gotten a lot of rain, but it has really cooled down and removed a lot of the humidity. And Scott Alexander makes his way back to the Royals dugout. The Royals are just starting to retake the field. And so we'll be getting started in just a couple of minutes. Ned Yost checks in with Scott Alexander to make sure he's all right before sending him back out there. And let's see what happens in the last 3.5 innings.
Yeah, I'm sure Ned just said, hey, hold him right there, kid. Let's go. Counting on you. Come back and mount a little comeback against McAllister, who's getting his arm loose out in their bullpen.
While we have a moment, let's get you caught up with what's going on around the American League. Panera takes us around the league. Detroit sweeps the White Sox. So the Chicago White Sox are now 1 game above 500. The Angels beat the Pirates 5-4. It's been a disappointing season for the Angels so far. That puts them at 4 games under 500 in the West. Albert Pujols, it's a 2-run home run, his 12th of the year. The Yankees and the Orioles are delayed, and that's where the Royals head after the game today. And Tampa Bay has beaten Minnesota. Wow, Minnesota. They're now 16-40, 24 games below 500, and it's just the 1/3 mark of the season. Yikes,
that's painful.
Lonnie Chisenhall, Rajai Davis, and Yan Gomes will come up in the bottom of the 6th against Scott Alexander. Take a look at Alexander over his last 3 outings, which includes last night. 2 scoreless innings May the 25th, and now he's allowed 3 earned runs in his last inning and a third. The 2 runs that he gave up last night were not significant in the game. It turned a 5-1 game to a 7-1 game, Indians winning. But with the 2 home runs that Scott Alexander allowed, those runs came on a Francisco Lindor home run. The Royals bullpen had gone a major league best 27 consecutive games without allowing a home run. That's the longest stretch in the major leagues in 14 years. So more impressive work from the Royals bullpen. And Tony Cruz will take over behind the plate. He's come on as a defensive replacement since being called up from AAA Omaha. That's his only action behind the plate so far, so he'll be back there for Scott Alexander, whom he caught quite a bit in Omaha. So it's going to be a rain delay of about 3 hours and 10 minutes. Gosh, could you tell by looking up into the sky?
No, not at all.
We had heavy thunderstorms and buckets of rain.
Yep, and I've seen some people breaking out some sunscreen here late this evening.
Slider, and it's cut on and missed by Chisenhall. Chisenhall against Chris Young was 0 for 2 with a fly out to right and a fly out to center field.
Alexander's sinker, slider, changeup. 3 pitches.
Shallow center. Dyson got a late break and makes a sliding play on the wet grass. So Lonnie Chisenhall is 0 for 3.
Whew, man, I'll tell you what, that Dyson took a step back, not sure how to read that. He had to really bust it in to get on that slip and slide grass. It's all full of water. And he was able to make the recovery and a catch. That'll start things. Good play.
And now Rajai Davis. It's a little bit low to Davis. 0 for 2 with a fly out to left field and a strikeout. One and one.
Good to see Cruz get a little action back there. Veteran backstop. Been behind Yadier Molina the last few years with the Cardinals.
How about that for him? The last 4 years, back up to Yadier Molina, and he hasn't been able to do this yet at the major league level, but at least associated with Salvador Perez.
Yeah, two of the best.
Two and two. Chris Young went 4 2/3. He allowed the 5 runs. Chin-Ming Wang got the final out of the 5th inning over 3 hours ago. Now Alexander in the 6th. And it's still 2 and 2 on Rajai Davis. On the ground to Cuthbert. Davis runs well, close, but out. 2 down. And that'll bring up Yan Gomes. He doubled in the 2nd inning and struck out in the 4th.
Batting average low, power numbers not too shabby.
No balls and 2 strikes.
That's a nice sinker right there.
You know, the way the ball comes out of his hand, the velocity and the movement reminds me a lot of J.P. Howell, who was originally out of the Royals organization, but known more for his work with the Rays. So Alexander, after the long delay, comes out of the Royals bullpen. The bullpen needs to hold the Indians right here if the Royals have a chance. The Royals will come up in the 7th inning against Zach McAllister, down by 5. McAllister taking over in the top of the 7th inning. McAllister appeared in game 1 of the series on Thursday night, pitching an inning and a 3rd scoreless. 21 strikeouts in 19 innings. And he'll get Tony Cruz, Kendrys Morales, and Paulo Orlando.
Likes to get ahead with his fastballs, mid-90s in velocity. Cut that fastball and a split finger. Pitch moves down. South pitch.
So those are the career numbers for Tony Cruz. Got a lot of playing time late in the season last year for the Cardinals when Yadier Molina injured his thumb. Royals acquired him this past offseason in a trade. Fastball at 94 is cut on and missed. So 2011, 2012, 2013, 2014, and 2015 saw time as Molina's backup in St. Louis. No balls and 2 strikes.
He's hacking. Like that. He's ready. McAllister now might try to go with a split finger. Or he could challenge him up in the zone again.
One ball, 2 strikes. Tony Cruz was a 26th round pick 9 years ago for the Cardinals out of a community college in Palm Beach, Florida, and got to the big leagues 4 years later in 2011. '94 strikeout for McAllister, and there's one down. I imagine the Royals are treating Salvador Perez like they would a starting pitcher, especially coming off that quad injury that 3 hours after he was in the game. That's a long time to then run him back out there on that, what I'm sure is still a pretty sore leg.
Yeah, it's all tightened up. I'm sure they already iced him down and everything. And pulled the cover over that one in a heartbeat, and now it's time to see what the other guys can do. Cruz took 3 good rips. McAllister's challenging him.
Morales is 0 for 2. And now down to the count, no balls, 2 strikes. So McAllister is doing exactly what Terry Francona would want him to do with a big lead, long rain delay. He's just coming out throwing strikes.
Yep,
Nothing fancy.
Big fastball. Here it comes. Still not easy to hit, even though you know it's coming, but it gives you a little better idea.
One ball and 2 strikes. McAllister was a big starter prospect with the Indians and has gradually become a reliever. He's from the Yankees organization, traded to the Indians in 2010, got to the big leagues in 2011, 4 games all starts. 2012, 22 games all starts. 2013, 24 games all starts, and then 2 years ago is when he became kind of a swingman, making both starts and pitching out of the bullpen. Another fastball at 94 is cut on and missed. Back-to-back strikeouts for McAllister. And just to finish the thought, last year Zach McAllister made 61 appearances for the Indians and only 1 start.
Well, you have that big power fastball and things aren't being consistent for you as a starter, then there's always room for you in the pen when you throw hard. That's the way Francona's. That's what he's doing with him now.
Santana way off the line, flips to McAllister, and the Royals are down 3 up and 3 down in the top of the 7th inning. Well, as we promised about 5 hours ago, Rex Hudler and Gerard Dyson will talk outfield when we come back.
When a runner gets in scoring position at second base or on first base and he wants to go to third, what are you thinking out here?
I always anticipate the play coming to me. You know, I want the ball in that situation, and I anticipate if it's hit to my left or right, what I'm gonna do before it's hit, and that kind of keep me upbeat. When it do get hit to me, I'm already prepared and already knowing where I'm going with the throw, and everything kind of works itself out.
Where are you gonna feel the ball inside of your body?
I'm gonna feel it right here, right here. Get it right here, and I'm just gonna get it to the hand real quick as possible. That's
Do you make the transfer down here or up here?
More right in the middle, so I come here, I already got it out. When I get up, when I stand all the way up, it's already in the hand.
So when you load with your lower half, how do you do that?
My lower half, I'll just pick it right here. I'm already got it cocked back, ready to throw.
So being quick is almost better than being long and strong.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm gonna charge it hard, full speed. Then once I get it right up on the ball, I kind of break it down, you know, slow my body up so I can field it, because you can't do nothing without the ball.
Yeah, so if you're going too fast, you overrun it or misplay it.
Or misplay it. So what I like to do is break down at the end and make sure I got my eyes on the ball while I'm fielding it, and come up right here to the hand quick as possible, and just try to give out a good throw on it.
Gerard, sometimes that dude hits a line shot and the ball sticks in the wall, and by the time you get to it, it's dead. So how do you play a dead ball?
Well, I play a dead ball, you know, really don't need a glove for a dead ball, so I just try to get square with the ball and make sure the ball is in between both foot, and I pick it up bare hand with a 4-seam grip, one shuffle, good throw, hit the cutoff guy, chest high, make it a relay throw, my job is done.
Especially when he hears that umpire go, "You're out."
See you.
That was great.
How about it? Dice, way to break it down, man. And look at those action shots of him throwing people out. That's special. I liked it.
Tyler Naquin is at the plate against Scott Alexander. Naquin has homered 3 times in this series, his first 3 major league home runs. The most impressive as far as distance goes was the one that he hit leading off the 5th inning. And I'd mentioned at the time in talking to Tom Hamilton, the longtime radio voice of the Indians, that Hammy was saying how few balls he's seen hit to the top of the bleachers in right field, let alone the second deck. And during the rain delay, I went over and talked to him for a while, and he said the only guys that have gone up consistently in that second deck since he's been here, and we go back to 1994 when this ballpark opened up, guys like Jim Thome and Travis Hafner.
The pronk.
Going the other way, Fuentes, long run, it's over his head, and Tyler Naquin has been doing his best Francisco Lindor impersonation.
Well, folks, just like we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Ball's been flying out of the ballpark. There's Naquin. There he is. We're going to show it. Opposite field off focus. First career home run in the majors. Then he went to dead center field last night off Ian Kennedy. And then today off Chris Young. Got him a slider that was down. And that's been a big portion of the runs today. But Tyler Naquin really showing the Indians fans what a #1 pick can do when he gets a chance.
We haven't gotten a ruling on that yet. That did catch Tony Cruz's glove and looked like he may have been crossed up and wasn't expecting that pitch. It's a pass ball. Put a runner at third with nobody out. 2 balls and no strikes on Juan Uribe. Outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Alexander pitched the bottom of the 2nd, or the bottom of the 6th, after the long rain delay of over 3 hours, and got the Indians 3 up, 3 down. But now the Indians have a runner at third with nobody out, leading 5-0 And Uribe takes a 4-pitch walk. And that is not uttered very often.
Yeah, this guy, he swings the bat. 14th walk on the season. And he's going to come out for a pinch runner.
Michael Martinez run for Uribe. And that brings up Carlos Santana. He's hit one of the 4 home runs today. That was as a left-hand batter in the 5th inning against Chris Young. Out in front, and he may have gotten Tony Cruz with his follow-through. This is the 10th and final game of a homestand for the Indians, of which they lost 4 of the first 5. And meanwhile, the Royals were winning at home during that perfect homestand against Chicago and Tampa Bay. Base hit left field. It's 6-0, and the Indians still have 2 on with nobody out. Santana drives in his 2nd of the game. And when the Royals were scuffling, Ned Yost has said it so many times during the ups and downs since becoming Royals manager that sometimes it just takes one hit that just gets everybody going. And apparently that walk-off hit against the Rangers on Wednesday night for Yan Gomes has gotten the Indians going, because they have not lost since Wednesday. They've been piling up the runs. They've been pitching well. And as you just saw with the standings, they have taken over first place and have a 6-0 lead in the bottom of the 7th inning. Kipnis tripled in the first, scored on a Lindor sac fly. That was the Indians' first run today. Fouls it off of his foot, and it's 0-2.
Now, if we would have made the plays we were supposed to make in that Friday's game, I believe it'd been different. Or Thursday's game, first game, we had them. Couldn't complete some plays, and they did. That's kind of just took the wind out of the sails. There should be a pair.
And it is Merrifield, Escobar, and Hosmer. Martinez goes to third, 2 down.
And then sometimes, you know, it just happens in baseball. So Ned's going to place Alexander. Looks like Pete Moylan's coming in.
So Alexander allows a run. He's still responsible for Martinez at third base. Peter Moylan. We have time for a Taminia Mazda game break. The Royals will head to Baltimore after we finish this game. And in Baltimore, they're in a rain delay. The only run was a third inning RBI. Alex Rodriguez driving in Jacoby Ellsbury. 1-0 New York. Rain delay. Boston lost to Toronto, so if Baltimore can come back, they'd be in a first place tie with the Red Sox. Baltimore, by the way, in helping or not helping the Royals prepare for tomorrow, told the Royals their starting pitcher has not been decided, but it's either going to be a right-hander or a left-hander. And we thank them for that.
That's just riveting news.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Michael Martinez is the runner at third. Pinch running for Juan Uribe. The Indians have added a run in the bottom of the 7th inning. Lindor pulls it fair. Kicking off the side wall. He'll hold with a single. Martinez scores. And the Indians lead 7-0. Man, he is something.
Yep, he's aggressive. He's looking for something to hit. And when you're hot, that's what you do. That pitch is right down the middle. Moylan elevated, too. It's right above the belt. Those balls up there get hit hard. And had it not carried him right to Paulo, he would have had a double. For sure. Easy.
Lindor has driven in 3 today. And now Mike Napoli in for a strike. Napoli hit the first of the 4 Cleveland home runs in the 4th inning. He hit what looked like just a high fly ball to right field. That's the way Paulo Orlando was playing it. But the wind was blasting out toward right, and it was hit high enough for the wind to push it just enough to get it over the wall.
Okay, situation right here with Lindor at first base. Hosmer's not holding him on. So with a 7-0 lead, are you going to let Lindor steal? I mean, we saw the Royals come from behind. They scored 7 runs in the 9th inning. I mean, I think Lindor is going to stay put, but they're giving him second. He wouldn't have to cause any trouble. Sometimes teams get a little upset, so forget that.
Indians get 2 in the bottom of the 7th and lead 7-0. In a game that has included a 3-hour rain delay, but that little guy is still excited as he collects souvenir cups. Jose Ramirez is the new third baseman. The Indians ran for Juan Uribe after he reached in the bottom of the 7th. And Michael Martinez, who was the pinch runner, goes over to second base. So Jason Kipnis is out. And now to the top of the 8th inning. Second inning for Zach McAllister. He faced 3 and retired 3 in the top of the 7th inning with 2 strikeouts. And he's in with strike 1 to Ray Fuentes. Ray has walked and flied to left today. One and one. One ball, 2 strikes.
That's the one he wanted. McAllister, like a lot of relievers, come in and pitch from the stretch even with nobody on. I say a lot of times it's all about simplifying the mechanics and being able to do the same thing. Runner or not, watch out.
Yeah, ball and bat going past the mound. Lindor takes care of Fuentes. And there's one down. The Royals arrived here very late Wednesday night or very early Thursday morning after the perfect homestand. They had a 2.5 game lead over the Indians. And if the Indians hang on, they will leave here a 1.5 games back of the Indians.
Yeah, it's been happening quick in this division. Teams have been going on winning streaks, then losing streaks, and it's going to be up for grabs all summer.
Indians are 5-1 so far against the Royals, and all the games have been played here. So they haven't been to Kauffman Stadium yet. The Royals have one more trip to Cleveland. The Indians have 3 series to play in Kansas City.
Good. Get them back in our house.
Chesler has flied to center and grounded out to third today.
Two 2-0 fastball's coming.
Coming back our way and just below. Royals have 2 hits today, and both of those hits were back in the first inning. They had a shot against Corey Kluber right away with 1 out. Merrifield and Hosmer singled to put 2 on with 1 out, but then Kluber was able to get Salvador Perez to ground into a double play. That's up the middle. Martinez backhands. That ball hit the mound, and that took some of the fire out of that ground ball. The Royals have only had 2 base runners since the first inning, and only 1 base runner past first base since the first inning.
Well, maybe that'll change here with Dyson up. You know, I really enjoyed the opportunity to get with Gerard, and he could help teach the people and some of maybe the younger players about what he does out there when it comes to the ball. And I learned a couple of things by listening to him. One was when the ball's dead, Gerard says you try to square it up between your body and go pick it up and find the seams. He says, and when his ball's laying there, you can see the seams how it is. So if it's sitting up there right, you just grab it across the seams and it stays straighter to your cutoff man.
Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard. Dyson trails only Colby Rasmus and Adam Eaton when it comes to outfield assists, and he's not an everyday player. Those guys play every day, so he's made the most of his time in the outfield.
Yeah, he's got special skills out there, especially when it comes to throwing.
And you know, as you were talking about playing the outfield with Gerard, we rolled in some of his highlights from outfield assists, and one thing that all outfielders who have strong arms, strong accurate arms have in common is that they do not rush their throws from the outfield. Ramirez makes a play, and in not rushing, one of the things that comes with that is what you talked about, making sure you got a good grip before you unload to the cutoff man. Bottom of the 8th, Cleveland leads 7-0. Here to see the Royals in another stadium. It's been a tough series for the Royals, on the edge of being swept in 4 games. Drew Butera will take over at first base for Eric Hosmer. Peter Moylan begins his first full inning, taking over with 2 down in the 7th.
I wonder if that's his glove. He probably has an extra first base glove.
Into the left field corner and back into the crowd. Nice catch. How about it?
Yeah, he was ready. It's great to see his reaction.
And he was screened by the adult who was kind of reaching across for it.
Yeah, I like it.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Way to go, young man. Got yourself a souvenir and you earned it. Snow coned it there.
Yeah. Good for him. 2-2.
Yeah, you know, talking about using different gloves that you're not used to playing with Drew Butera. I remember one of my first starts in the big leagues. Ooh, good pitch there. He got it. Was Billy Martin asked me if I'd ever played first base before, and I said, well, sure, I can play first. I never had played.
As your nose was growing, right?
But
Yeah.
I wanted to get in the game. I'm a young player. Don Baylor was hurt. Donnie Baseball had to come out, wanted to give him an off day. So
Don Mattingly.
Yeah, this was the day before, and so that night I went. All my family and friends were there, and I said, "Hey, Billy Martin said he's going to start me at first." I thought he'd change his mind for sure. So I get to the ballpark the next day and look at the lineup. There I am, batting ninth, playing first. Now I panic. What am I going to use this for a glove? I don't have a first baseman's glove. I was mainly a second baseman then. So I got in a panic. I started going around and looking at different gloves. None of the first baseman's gloves. They didn't have too many right-handed first basemen. Don Baylor's glove was I wouldn't let my cat have its litter in a glove. It was brutal. so then and
Don Mattingly was left-handed, so
yeah,
he can't help you.
Right. So I see Baylor had an outfielder's glove, a floppy outfielder's glove, and it was easy. It opened and closed, and it was big. It had plenty of room. And I said, hey, this feels good. I'll just use this. So I went out there and played 6 innings at first base and made all the plays. And Rod Guidry was pitching, and he said, hey, kid, don't worry about any of the bunts. I got everything. Just go over there and play catch. And I did. And I remember Bill White, who was with their broadcaster at the time, interviewed me after the game saying, you made one of your first big league starts with an outfielder's glove at first. I said, hey, look, it's just a game of catch. So whatever's comfortable, whatever glove's comfortable, you can take it out there and use it.
You wouldn't let your cat use his Don Baylor's first baseman's glove as a litter box?
Yeah, no, wouldn't let it. It was brutal. I couldn't believe he even had it in his locker. It's terrible. Couldn't catch anything with it.
1-1 on Yan Gomes.
But you just never know. You just got to find something that's comfortable, something you can catch the ball with. That's what this game's all about. Just catching it. And then you got to throw it over there.
What was the toughest play you had that day? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was a double play ball. It was in the dirt. I picked it. Jam shot.
To the 9th. 7-0 Cleveland.
Royals down 7-0. Lindor, he's our specialist on our AT&T high-speed replay. I'm going to tell you what, he is at high speed, especially when he plays the Royals. This kid is a fantastic ball player. Hustles, plays hard from both sides of the plate. He'll deliver, and he has. 500 against the Royals. He's tore us up. This kid, everything he sees, he hits. And I'll tell you, this ball here, that was one of the 4 home runs that Young gave up today. This kid does not disappoint. Got a big smile, a lot of energy, and one of the reasons why the Indians are surging.
Austin Adams will get the top of the Royals order. And Chris Jimenez will give Yan Gomes the rest of the game off. Escobar, Merrifield, and Butera in the 9th inning. Now, Cetus Escobar in this series got his 1,000th hit. That was his only hit of the series until right here. And I think he really needed that. He had been 1 for 15 before that double, so perhaps he can take that as a positive into the Orioles series. He was starting to look like a candidate for a day off tomorrow in Baltimore.
You're right, he was, but you know what, though, this is nice to see. There's not any players out here giving at bats away because they know how special they are, but it's nice to see him pull a hard thrown fastball, get out ahead of it. But he's a guy who's just like an energy bunny. This guy just keeps going and going and going. He's hard to pull out of the lineup. You can trust him every day out there, Escobar.
Merrifield had an infield single in the 1st inning. That's the first hit for the Royals since the 1st inning. Merrifield and Hosmer both had singles with 1 out, and the Royals had a scoring opportunity against Corey Kluber, but Kluber made a good pitch on Salvador Perez, got him to ground into a double play. And then from innings 2 through 8, the Royals had 2 walks.
Austin Adams, he's going to be trusting that fastball, mid to upper 90s. Slider and a change. He'll cut it at times.
Breaking ball makes it 1-2. Back into the crowd. At one point today, the attendance was 16,747. Disappointing for the Indians. Here they are playing a 4-game series. It's early, but still 4-game series against the then first place Royals. There's John Adams, the longtime fan who bangs the rally drum. But a 4-game series with the Royals. And they've had 4 pretty small crowds. The biggest crowd they had was on Friday night, 24,753. And as we pointed out in game 1 of the series, the Indians have been 29th, second from the bottom in the major leagues in attendance 3 times in the last 4 years. The other year, they were dead last in attendance. They've had some good teams. Maybe not a great team, but some good teams over that stretch. Merrifield is down on strikes. And there's 1 down in the 9th inning.
Well, you know, a lot of folks are comfortable at home. They're big screen TV and like to watch them. They have plenty of fans. They just aren't coming to the park. Something that man hopes to change. If he keeps on winning, they'll show up.
They've had 3 winning seasons since Terry Francona took over as manager, including 2013 when they had a great run getting to the American League wild card game. Back when there was one wild card team playing a division winner, and the Indians lost to the Tampa Bay Rays. Drew Buterus homered twice in this series. He had a 2-run home run on Thursday night, and then on Friday night hit a solo home run. Oh, 2, 96 with that fastball from Austin Adams.
Austin Adams is going to mess around and find himself a prominent role in that pen if he can control that secondary pitch. He's breaking the ball. He's throwing 1 for a strike.
Two down.
Ran back and fired right by him.
Tony Cruz is 0 for 1. Coming up after the game, it's Boulevard Royals Live with Joel. Royals have not been swept in a 4-game series since 2013. They have not been swept in a 4-game series by the Indians in 10 years. They go back to August of 2006. It was here in Cleveland. The Royals scored 4 runs in game 1 on Thursday, and then the Indians rallied for 2 in the bottom of the 9th to win it. And the Royals scored 1 run in game 2, 1 run in game 3, and no runs so far today. That after the Royals scored an average of 7 runs per game over a 9-game stretch.
You know, it's just hard to figure out, except everything's contagious. You know, you win, everything's looking good. Even the first game here got double digits in hits. The defense just let them down.
Line foul, and sometimes you have to give credit where credit is due. And the Indians have pitched very well.
Stepped up right away.
One of the best starting rotations in all of baseball, and the Royals saw their best. Carlos Carrasco on Thursday night. Now, he was just coming back from the disabled list. He gave up 3 runs in 5 innings. Danny Salazar gave up 1 run in 8 innings. In the game on Friday, Josh Tomlin was very good last night, and then Corey Kluber turned in 6 scoreless innings today.
That's their strength. They knew coming in. There was plenty of teams that wanted to trade for one of those guys anyway, but they wouldn't give them up.
Still 2-2.
I think, you know, it's one of the big acquisitions they could use would be a hitter. I don't know if it's going to be Brantley or maybe one other guy. If they could find another offensive weapon in there, it would help them.
Talking about that during the rain delay about someone with the Indians and saying, boy, you got a good looking team. And when you get Brantley back, and they're excited to get Brantley back, don't get me wrong, but he had shoulder surgery, so he didn't have a full offseason to train, and he's been playing catch up. So they'd like to have him back, but they're not expecting to get the all-star caliber Michael Brantley. The Michael Brantley that everybody talks about, to be realistic, the Indians are figuring they'll have him for 2017, but we'll see. Surgery on his non-throwing shoulder during the offseason. Rushed to come back. The shoulder was sore. And after making a diving attempt in a series in Minnesota, the shoulder got even more sore, so they put him on the disabled list. That'll do it. The Cleveland Indians complete a 4-game sweep over the Royals. When the series began, Cleveland was 2.5 games back of the Royals, and now they lead the Royals by 1.5 games in the Central Division. We'll wrap things up when we come back.